You must have seen her dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me, tiny dancer in my hand. Jesus freaks out in the street, handing tickets out for gone, turning back, she just laughs. The boulevard is not that bad. Piano man, he makes a stand in their auditorium, looking on. She sings the songs, the words she knows, tune she hums. But oh, how it feels so real, lying here with no one near, only you, and you can hear me when I say it softly, slowly. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a busy day today. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a busy day today. Blue jean baby, LA lady, seamstress for the band, pretty eyed, pirate smile. You marry a music man, ballerina. You must have seen her dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me, tiny dancer
In my mind, I'm gone to Carolina. Can't you see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? And ain't it just like a friend of mine to hit me from behind? Yes, I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. Karen, she's the silver sun. You best walk her away and watch it shining. Watch her watch the morning come. A silver tear appearing now. I'm crying, ain't I? Gone to Carolina in my mind. There ain't no doubt in no one's mind that love's the finest thing around. Kind. And hey, babe, the sky's on fire. I'm dying, ain't I? Gone to Carolina in my mind. In my mind, I'm gone to Carolina. Can't you see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? Ain't it just like a friend of mine to hit me from behind? Yes, I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. Dark and silent late last night, I think I might have heard the highway calling. Geese in flight and dogs that bite. The signs that might be omens say I'm going, I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. With a holy host of others standing around me. Still I'm on the dark side of the moon. And it seems like it goes on like this forever. You must forgive me if I'm up and gone to Carolina in my mind. In my mind, I'm gone to Carolina. Can't you see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? Ain't it just like a friend of mine to hit me from behind? Yes, I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. Gone to Carolina in my mind. And I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. Gone to Carolina in my mind. Gone, I'm gone. Say nice things about me, 'cause I'm gone, solid gone. Got to carry on without me. I'm gone.
At Chipotle, our all-new garlic guajillo steak brings a whole new dimension to flavor. Starting with our most tender cuts of steak, grilled fresh. Then seasoned with roasted garlic and guajillo pepper. Finished with fresh squeezed lime and hand-cut cilantro. Chipotle's all-new garlic guajillo steak. This is flavor on a whole other level. Available for a limited time. Order now in the app. Chipotle, for real.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people
One, two, three. Good love. Good love. Good love. Good love. I was feeling so bad. I asked my family doctor just what I had. I said, doctor, doctor, Mr. MD, doctor, now can you tell me what's ailing me, doctor? He said, yeah, 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 yeah. Indeed, all I really need, good love. Now give me that good, good love, good love. All I need is love, good love, good loving, baby, good love. Now, honey, please, squeeze me tight, squeeze me tight. Don't you want your baby to be alright? Be alright. I said, baby, baby, now it's for sure, it's for sure. I got the fever, yeah. You got the cure, got the cure. Everybody, yeah, 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 yeah. Indeed, all I really need is love. Now come on, now give me that love, good love. All I need is love, good love, good loving, baby, good love. Ow! Good love, good loving, good love. All I need is love, good love. All I want is love, good love. Love it early in the morning, good love. Love it late at night now, good love. Love, love, good love. Love, 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 love. Leaving home out on the road, I've been down before. Riding along on this big old jet plane, I've been thinking about my home. But my love light seems so far away, and I feel like it's all been done. Somebody's trying to make me stay, you know I've got to be moving on. Oh, big old jet airliner, don't carry me too far away. Oh, big old jet airliner, 'cause it's here that I got to stay. Goodbye to all my friends at home. Goodbye to people I've trusted. I've got to go out and make my way. I might get rich, you know, I might get busted. But my heart keeps calling me backwards as I get on the 707. Riding, I got tears in my eyes. You know you got to go through hell before you get to heaven. Big old jet airliner, don't carry me too far away. Oh, big old jet airliner, 'cause it's here that I got to stay. Touching down in New England town, feel the heat coming down. I've got to keep on keeping on. You know the big wheel keeps us spinning around, and I'm going with some hesitation.
can't stand it when you look at me that way. I feel the earth move under my feet. I feel the sky tumbling down. I feel my heart start to trembling whenever you're around. Ooh, darling, when you're near me and you tenderly call my name, I know that my emotions are something I just can't tame. I just got to have you, baby. Yeah. I feel the earth move under my feet. I feel the sky tumbling down, tumbling down. I feel the earth move under my feet. I feel the sky tumbling down, tumbling down. I just lose control down to my very soul. I get hot and cold all over, all over, all over, all over. I feel the earth move under my feet. I feel the sky tumbling down, tumbling down. I feel the earth move under my feet. I feel the sky tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down.
At Chipotle, our all-new garlic guajillo steak brings a whole new dimension to flavor. Starting with our most tender cuts of steak, grilled fresh. Then seasoned with roasted garlic and guajillo pepper. Finished with fresh squeezed lime and hand-cut cilantro. Chipotle's all-new garlic guajillo steak. This is flavor on a whole other level. Available for a limited time. Order now in the app. Chipotle, for real.
Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. I wanna fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. I go through the revolution, feed the babies who don't have enough to eat. Shoe the children with no shoes on their feet. House the people living in the street. Oh, there's a solution. I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Right through the revolution. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. I want to fly like an eagle to the sea,
Stayed in bed all morning just to pass the time. There's something wrong here, there can be no denying. One of us is changing, or maybe we just stopped trying. And it's too late, baby, now it's too late. Though we really did try to make it. Something inside has died, and I can't hide, and I just can't fake it. Oh, no, 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 no. It used to be so easy living here with you. You were light and breezy, and I knew just what to do. Now you look so unhappy, and I feel like a fool. And it's too late, baby, now it's too late. Though we really did try to make it. Something inside has died, and I can't hide, and I just can't fake it. Oh, no, no. There'll be good times again for me and you, but we just can't stay together, don't you feel it too? Still, I'm glad for what we had and how I once loved you. But it's too late, baby, now it's too late. Though we really did try to make it. Something inside has died, and I can't hide, and I just can't fake it. Oh, no, 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 no. It's too late, baby. Now, darling, it's too late.
Sip vitamin water ice and nourish every overstimulated you. Needing a vacation you. Anxious about being anxious you. Centered you. You. Chilled out you. Vitamin water. Nourish every you. Vitamin water is a registered trademark of Lysol.
Hey, Spotifyers! Click or tap the banner to listen to Baila Reggaeton. Reggaeton hits from Becky G, Bad Bunny, and more. Brought to you by our friends at Xfinity Mobile, the nation's best-kept wireless secret.
Piano rings like a bell through the night, and wouldn't you love to love her? Takes to the sky like a bird in flight, and who will be her lover? While you're lying
Tonight you're mine completely. You give your love so sweetly. Tonight the light of love is in your eyes. But will you love me tomorrow? Is this a lasting treasure, or just a moment's pleasure? Can I believe the magic of your sighs? Will you still love me tomorrow? Tonight with words unspoken, you say that I'm the only one. But will my heart be broken when the night meets the morning sun? I'd like to know that your love is love I can be sure of. So tell me now, and I won't ask again. Will you still love me tomorrow? Will you still love me tomorrow?
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The the colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I never knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah.
Sip vitamin water gutsy and nourish every going for it you. Whoops, never mind you. Shameless you. Extra cautious you. No risk, no reward you. Vitamin water, nourish every you. Vitamin water is a registered trademark of Blesso.
Don't miss a moment of the Walt Disney World 50th anniversary. The celebration ends March 31st, 2023. So see you soon. Plan your visit today at disneyworld.com/50.
Do
smile. Yeah, look a little bit closer and it's easy. All the tracks of my tears. Oh, I need you. Need you. Hey, yeah. I'm masquerading. My hope is fading. Just a cloud. Ooh, yeah, since you put me down. My smile is my makeup I wear since my breakup with you. Baby, take a good look at my. Oh, you'll see my smile inside of. Yeah, just look closer and it's easy. All the tracks of my tears, baby, 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 take a good look at my. Yeah, you see my smile. Look a little bit closer.
Woman on the radio talks about revolution when it's already passed her by. Bob Dylan didn't have this to sing about. You know it feels good to be alive. I was alive and I waited. I was alive and I waited for this. Right here, right now. There is no other place I wanna be. Right here, right now. Watching the world wake up from history. I saw the decade end when it seemed the world would change at the blink of an eye. And if anything, then there's your sign of time. I was alive and I waited. I was alive and I waited for this. Right here, right now. I was alive and I waited. I was alive and I waited for this. Right here, right now. There is no other place I wanna be. Right here, right now. Watching the world wake up from history. Right here, right now. There is no other place I wanna be. Right here, right now. Watching the world wake up from history. Right here, right now. There is no other place I wanna be. Right here, right now. Watching the world wake up.
Stood there boldly, sweating in the sun. Felt like a million, felt like number one. height of summer, I'd never felt that strong, like a rock. I was 18, didn't have a care, working for peanuts, not a dime to spare. But I was leaning, solid everywhere, like a rock. My hands were steady, my eyes were clear and bright. My walk had purpose, my steps were quick and light, and I held firmly to what I felt was right, like a rock. Like a rock. I was strong as I could be, like a rock. Nothing ever got to me, like a rock. I was something to see, like a rock. And I stood arrow straight, unencumbered by the weight of all these hustlers and their schemes. I stood proud, I stood tall, high above it all. I still believed in my dreams. "20 years now, where'd they go? 20 years, I don't know. I sit and I wonder sometimes where they've gone. And sometimes late at night, when I'm bathed in the firelight, the moon comes calling a ghostly way, and I recall, like a rock, standing arrow straight, like a rock, charging from the gate, like a rock. Sun upon my skin, like a rock.
of a busting. But while riding, I think of a sting. I say a little prayer for you. And at work, I just take time. And all through my coffee break time, I say a little prayer for you. Forever and ever, stay in my heart, and I will love you forever and ever. The bottle, how I love you together. That's how it must be to live without you. Would only mean heartbreak for me. Nobody but me. Forever and ever, stay in my heart, and I will love you forever and ever. Never was born, oh how I love you together. That's how it must be to live without you. Would only mean heartbreak for me. My darling, believe me. For me there is no one but you. Please love me too. I'm in love with you. Answer my prayer. Answer my prayer, babe. Answer my prayer. Say you love me too. Answer my prayer. Answer my prayer, babe. Answer my prayer. And forever and ever, stay in my heart, and I will love you forever and ever. We never were apart, oh how I love you together. That's how it must be to live without you. Would only be heartbreak for me. Oh, nobody but me. My darling, believe me. For me there is no one but you. Please love me too. This is my prayer. Answer my prayer now, babe. This is my prayer. Answer it right now, babe. Say you love me too. Answer my prayer. This is my prayer, babe. I'm in love with you.
Do I smell right now? I need some Old Spice swagger. It's so effective when it's on. Old Spice swagger. No, it never did me wrong. Old Spice swagger. Yeah, body wash all day freshness. It come receive the smell of confidence. Old Spice swagger. Yeah. Old Spice swagger.
Loving you isn't the right thing to do. How can I ever change things that I feel? If I could, maybe I'd give you my world. How can I, when you won't take it from me? You can go your own way. Go your own way. You can call it another lonely day. You can go your own way. Go your own way. Tell me why everything turned around. Packing up, checking up, so you wanna do. If I could, baby, I'd give you my world. Open up, everything's waiting for you. You can go your own way. Go your own way. You can call it another lonely day. You can go your own way. Go your own way.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Target is your one-stop shop for fall faves and everyday essentials. Totally tasty good and gather meals, totally fun outdoor games, and totally cozy home decor. Target makes it all totally easy with drive-up and same-day delivery. Fall faves made easy. That's totally Target.
Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were gone. Suzanne, the plans they made put an end to you. I walked out this morning and I wrote down this song. I just can't remember who to send it to. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Won't you look down upon me, Jesus? You gotta help me make a stand. You just got to see me through another day. My body's aching and my time is at hand. I won't make it any other way. Whoa, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. Seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Been walking my mind to an easy time, my back turned towards the sun. Lord knows when the cold wind blows, it'll turn your head around. Well, there's hours of time on the telephone line to talk about things to come. Sweet dreams and flying machines in pieces on the ground. Whoa, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you, baby, one more time again now. Thought I'd see you one more time again. There's just a few things coming my way this time around now. Thought I'd see you, thought I'd see you far away now.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. Switch to Xfinity for a strong, reliable connection. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Hi, I'm Capri, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Three little birds pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true, saying, "This is my message to you." Singing, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Saying, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Three little birds pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true, saying, "This is my message to you." Meaning, don't worry about a thing. Worry about a thing, oh, every little thing gonna be alright. Don't worry, singing, don't worry about a thing. I won't worry, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. I won't worry, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Don't worry about a thing.
Change, change, change. 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 Change, change, change of food. For 5 long years, I thought you were my man. But I found out I'm just a link in your chain.
used to feel so uninspired. And when I knew I had to face another day, Lord, it made me feel so tired. Before the day I met you, life was so unkind. But you're the key to my peace of mind. 'Cause you make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. When my soul was in the lost and found, you came along to claim it. I didn't know just what was wrong with me till your kiss helped me name it. Now I'm no longer doubtful of what I'm living for. And if I make you happy, I don't need to do more. 'Cause you make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. Oh, baby, what you've done to me, what you've done to me. You make me feel so good inside, good inside. And I just wanna be close to you. You make me feel so alive. You make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. You make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. You make me feel. Living on a lighted stage approaches the unreal. For those who think and feel in touch with some reality beyond the gilded cage. Cast in this unlikely role, ill-equipped to act with insufficient tact. One must put up barriers to keep oneself intact. Living in the limelight, the universal dream for those who wish to see. Those who wish to be must put aside the alienation. Get on with the fascination, the real relation, the underlying key. dancing, dancing. She's a dancing machine.
Oh, baby, move it, baby. Automatic, systematic, full of color, self-contained, tuned and channeled to your vibes. Captivating, stimulating, she's such a sexy lady, filled with space, safe design.
She's moving, she's grooving, dancing until the music stops now. Yeah.
Rhythmatic, acrobatic, she's a dynamite attraction. At the top of a coin, she goes live. Yeah, she knows what she's doing. She's super bad now. She's here to really blow your mind. Dancing, dancing, dancing.
She's a dancing machine.
Oh, baby, do it, baby. Dancing, dancing, dancing.
She's a dancing machine.
Oh, baby, move it, baby.
She's a dance, 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 dancing machine. Watch it get down, as you do her thing right on the scene. She's a dance, 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 dancing machine. Watch it get down, as you do her thing right on the scene.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Move it. Move it. Shake it, baby. Shake it, baby. Move it. Move it.
Dance, 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 dancing machine. Watch it get down, as you do her thing right on the scene. She's a dance, 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 dancing machine. Watch it get down, as you do her thing right on the scene. She's a dance, 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 dancing machine. Watch it get down, as you do her thing right on the scene. She's a dance, 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 dancing machine. Watch it get down, as you do.
I know you wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go. If I have to beg, plead for your sympathy, I don't mind, 'cause you mean that much to me. Ain't you proud to beg? And you know it. Please don't leave me, girl. Ain't you proud to plead, baby, baby? Please don't leave me, girl. Now I heard a crying man is half a man with no sense of pride. But if I have to cry to keep you, I don't mind weeping if it'll keep you by my side. Ain't you proud of me, sweet darling? Don't leave me, girl. I am not throwing away my shot. I am not throwing away my shot. Hey, yo, I'm just like my country. I'm young, scrappy, and hungry, and I'm not throwing away my shot. I'ma get a scholarship to King's College. I probably shouldn't brag, but dag, I'm amazed and astonished. The problem is I got a lot of brains, but no polish. I gotta holler just to be heard with that.
Good afternoon. Well, good afternoon and welcome to the inauguration of Dr. Cindy R. Jebb, the 5th president of Ramapo College. I feel like I want to try that intro one more time. Welcome to the inauguration of Dr. Cindy R. Jebb, 5th president of Ramapo College. So my name is Chris Romano, and I serve as the Vice President for Strategic Enrollment, Outreach, and Engagement, and as the Executive Director of the Ramapo College Foundation. And it is truly my honor to serve on behalf of the Mission Element team as MC this afternoon, and to welcome all of you gathered in the arena today, and to those joining us on live stream, welcome to Ramapo College. I do have a few housekeeping announcements before we formally start the program. In the event of an emergency, please note at least 2 exits at this time, especially your nearest exit. Upon activation of a fire alarm, immediate evacuation is required, and the evacuation assembly area for this arena is directly across the street by the parking lot. Also, we ask that you please silence all electronic devices. Thank you for your attention and your support of today's event. The processional will now begin. Leading our processional today are the representatives of more than 30 of our student clubs, organizations, and athletic teams. You will see our students are wearing their Ramapo maroon, Roadrunner athletic team uniforms, and their Greek letters. Among the clubs and organizations participating today are A Moment of Magic, Alpha Kappa Psi, the American Cancer Society, Beekeeping Club, the Black Student Union, College Programming Board, the Disney Club, Dumbledore's Army, Enactus, the Filipino American Student Association, the Honors Program, the International Student Organization, the Music Club, the Peer Facilitator Program, Ramapo College Progressives, Ramapo Gamers and Esports, the Ramapo Sports Club, Ramapo Cantanova and Corral, the Student Government Association, the Ski and Snowboarding Club, the Students of Caribbean Ancestry, the Ramapo News, the United Asian Association, Women in Business and Fashion Club, and One Step. And among the athletic varsity and club teams with us today are Roadrunners from field hockey, lacrosse, men and women's basketball, dance, ice hockey, softball, baseball, men and women's swimming, track and field, women's soccer, men and women's tennis, and men and women's volleyball. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now entering the arena are members of the college's staff. Representatives from several staff groups are joining us today in the processional, including the Minority Faculty and Staff Association, the Ramapo Staff Association, the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers, Local 195, the American Federation of Teachers, Local 2274, and the Communication Workers of America, Local 1031. In addition, we have staff with us today representing our 6 organizational cores, including the Executive Corps, the Fiscal Health Corps, the Operational Integration Corps, the Outreach and Engagement Corps, the Student Wellbeing Corps, and our Teaching and Learning Corps. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now, entering the arena are members of the Ramapo College faculty. This group is led by our 6 academic deans from our Anisfield School of Business, School of Contemporary Arts, School of Humanities and Global Studies, School of Social Science and Human Services, School of Theoretical and Applied Science, and the Potter Library and Peter P. Mercer Learning Commons. How about one more big round of applause for the Ramapo College faculty? Now entering the arena are delegates from the institutions joining us today, including Harvard University, Yale University, Moravian University, Columbia University, Dickinson College, Franklin and Marshall College, Middlebury College, the United States Military Academy at West Point, Lafayette College, New York University, Elmira College, Kane University, the College of New Jersey, William Patterson University, Seton Hall University, St. Lawrence University, Wilson College, Stevens Institute of Technology, Smith College, Massachusetts College of Art and Design, Keuka College, Montclair State University, Union College of Union County, New Jersey, Caldwell University, Fairfield University, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Holy Family University, Ocean County College, Essex County College, Brookdale Community College, Passaic County Community College, Stockton University, and Thomas Edison State University. One more big round of applause for all of our delegates who are here today. Gathered guests, please stand and welcome today's Grand Marshal, Dr. Ken McMurdy, President of the Faculty Assembly. Dr. McMurdy is joined by Dr. Naseem Chowdhury, immediate past President of the Faculty Assembly, who is carrying the college mace. As our Grand Marshal, Dr. McMurdy is leading the Ramapo College Senior Leadership Team, members of the Executive Board of the Ramapo College Foundation, past presidents Bob Scott and Peter Mercer, the Ramapo College Board of Trustees, distinguished guests, and of course, our fifth president, Dr. Cindy Jebb. One more time, the college's senior leadership team, members of the Executive Board of the Ramapo College Foundation, past presidents Bob Scott and Peter Mercer, the Ramapo College Board of Trustees, distinguished guests, and our fifth president, Dr. Cindy Jebb. Our Grand Marshal is now holding up the college mace, signifying the official start of the inauguration of President Cindy Jebb. Guests, please stand, remain standing if you are able. We are now pleased to welcome members of the Ramapo College Veteran Student Organization and affiliated ROTC programs who will post the colors at this time. I am now pleased to introduce Anjali Patel. Anjali is a graduate of the Ramapo College class of 2022 and the immediate past president of our Student Government Association. She graduated summa cum laude, earning her bachelor's degree in law and society. She is a legislative intern with Senator Vin Gopal's office, a law clerk intern for Kamen and Associates, and is currently applying to law schools for attendance next fall. Anjali will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Vice President Romano. It is an honor to be here with you all today. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Anjali. Please remain standing for the national anthem, performed by Ramapo College Cantanova. What an incredible start. Thank you, Cantanova and Dr. Luter. A big round of applause. Please be seated. Friends, please welcome Susan A. Valerio, Chair of the college's Board of Trustees. Chair Valerio joined the board in 2015. She chaired the Presidential Search Committee and has lent her advocacy and kindness to countless other initiatives at the college, including our nationally recognized Career Pathways program, the establishment of the Peter P. Mercer Learning Commons, and our Middle States Self-Study and Accreditation. Welcome, Chair Valerio.
Thank you, Vice President Romano. And welcome, everyone, to a very special day for Ramapo College and for the state of New Jersey. I'd like to share a few thoughts about today. First, today is about friends, family, and community. It's a day about formally welcoming our new president and a new era at Ramapo College. Today, we celebrate her first year, and we grow more engaged in our future. Today, we also honor two former presidents who are with us. Both led Ramapo with distinction through long periods of academic, campus, and reputational growth. Please stand when I call your names. Ramapo's second president, Dr. Robert A. Scott. And Ramapo's fourth and immediate past president, Dr. Peter P. Mercer. I'd also like to recognize my fellow trustees. It's an honor to serve with you all. Please stand when I call your name. Vice Chair Vincent Coleman. Trustee and past chair, George C. Rutolo, Jr. Trustee David Schlussel. Trustee Bart Talamini. Trustee A.J. Sabbath, also a past chair and a Ramapo alum. Trustee and our immediate past chair, William F. Dater. Trustee Chuck Schottmeyer. Trustee Charlene Vignes. And our student trustee, Jacob Zach, who you'll get to hear from shortly. On behalf of the board, I'd like to welcome all of our special guests, and particularly our program speakers, our elected representatives from the Township of Mahwah, and the Board of Bergen County Commissioners, and the state legislature, and all of you who are visiting Ramapo for the first time. Welcome to our community, and please do be sure to visit with us again. From our incredible student performances and art exhibits, to our dynamic speakers, and intercollegiate athletics, we invite you to enjoy all that we have to offer as New Jersey's designated public liberal arts college. Finally, and notably, today is about celebrating public higher education and the essential role it plays in our democracy by developing students to cultivate civic responsibility, intercultural understanding, and global awareness. I'm proud to have had a hand in bringing President Jebb to Ramapo. My respect, admiration, and affection for her have grown steadily throughout the past year, and I look forward to partnering with her in the years ahead. Thank you, and please enjoy the proceedings.
Thank you, Chair Valerio. Ramapo College sits on the traditional and ancestral land of the Ramapo-Munsee Lenape peoples. Mahwah actually means meeting place, and our name, Ramapo, is derived from the Lenape language meaning sweet water or slippery rocks. Appreciating this history allows us to connect with it, and today we welcome our partner, Chief Dwayne Perry of the Ramapo Munsee Lenape Nation to deliver the invocation. Chief Perry is a Vietnam War veteran, an environmental and human rights activist, and his leadership helped establish the nearby Split Rock Sweetwater Prayer Camp. Please welcome Chief Perry.
We're gathered here to celebrate the brilliance and diligence of President Jebb. We celebrate our president who has given us wings of wisdom that we may now fly forward into the future of light here at Ramapo. President Jebb has steadfastly and quietly held up all that we may now know our dreams. Let us pray. Kishi Lamo Kwang, he who creates all with his thoughts. We are gathered here to give thanks to all those who have made this day possible. We ask he who creates all with his thoughts for guidance and protection as we go forward in a good way. Let us remember that President Jebb has proven her mettle through hard work and diligence. Let integrity now be our badge of honor, allowing Ramapo to wield the most powerful of effects, kindness. Kishi Lamo Kwang. Keisha Lamo Kwang, it is kindness we ask, to give, to share, to know, for surely it is kindness which is the answer to prayers. Prayers that has brought us here in hope that the dreams that all will be made well in kindness. Let us cradle all in the spirit of kindness and the humility of greatness President Jebb has given us all. We ask in a good way, Keisha Lamo Kwang. Anishi, 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 Lungu Matid. Anashi. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Perry. We're honored to have you here with us today and for the special relationship we continue to grow with the nation. On behalf of our students, please welcome two representatives from Ramapo's undergraduate class of 2023, Paulo Miashoro Bedoya, our Student Government Association President, and Jacob Zach, our Student Trustee. Yeah, we should clap for them, absolutely. But first, let me tell you a little bit about them. Paulo is from Pompton Lakes, New Jersey. He's majoring in management, minoring in marketing, and is a member of the honors program. In addition to serving as SGA president and as an intern in the college's marketing department, Paulo was recently accepted into the prestigious 2022-2023 class of the National Association of Student Personnel Administrators Undergraduate Fellows Program. Jacob, next to him, is from Wallington, New Jersey. He's majoring in finance and is also enrolled in the honors program. In addition to his service as student trustee, Jacob is a junior consultant with the Ramapo-based Small Business Development Center. He serves on our campus facilities master plan task force and is a member of our provost search committee. Jacob was awarded the Bergen County Clerk's 5-Star Student Award for volunteerism and entrepreneurship. Paulo and Jacob, I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Vice President Romano, and good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Student Government Association and the students of Ramapo College, it is my pleasure to greet you all this afternoon as we install our first woman-identified president in our history, someone who truly cares about students and is committed to furthering the mission and values of Ramapo. The Student Government Association serves as the persistent voice of the student body, advocating on behalf of all students and working to improve student life on campus. As SGA president, I work closely with President Jebb to make sure that student voices are heard, and she has been a great partner to SGA in this mission. President Jebb is a fantastic listener and will always act on student concerns. This partnership is invaluable to us as student leaders, and I look forward to continuing this partnership over the next academic year. As a student, being a part of the RCNJ community means looking out for each other and embodying the now famous catchphrase of being bold, kind, and good teammates. With that comes a culture of respect for all Roadrunners that allow us to succeed. In her first year, President Jebb quickly learned what it means to be a part of the RCNJ community and has embodied the Roadrunner spirit in everything she does. Whether she is moving in first-year students, cheering on our student athletes, or participating in club events, President Jebb has immersed herself into our community and has repeatedly demonstrated that she cares. With every smile, fist bump, word of encouragement, and act of kindness, she has dedicated her time to getting to know our students and ensuring that our experience is the best that it could be. One particular act of kindness that was greatly appreciated was the food trucks she brought to campus to support students during finals week last spring. We enjoyed mini donuts, ice cream, and more, all while playing cornhole and tossing a football on the mansion lawn. While football isn't really my thing, I can tell you that her spiral was much better than mine. President Jebb constantly reminds us that being a part of the RCNJ community means supporting one another and treating each other with kindness and respect. On a personal note, President Jebb has been a phenomenal mentor to me, not just in my leadership role, but also in determining what's next for me after Ramapo. She has always encouraged me to be bold and push myself out of my comfort zone. Since last spring, she has been planting the seeds of the Rhodes Scholarship in my brain, and with her guidance and support, I submitted my application just last week. Throughout the application process, I've learned a lot about myself, and I've grown into a better student and person because of it. I can only attribute this growth to President Jebb's support and kindness. Even in times of self-doubt, she is always the first to remind me that I'm doing a good job. Thank you, President Jebb, for all that you've done for me and the Ramapo community. With you as our leader, our students and our campus will soar to new heights. Jacob?
Thank you, Paulo. It is a great privilege to be able to address all of you today. Service is something that has been emphasized and demonstrated by President Jebb since her first day here at Ramapo. When I think of service, I think of qualities such as creating, building, improving, and delivering value. President Jebb has checked all those boxes. As a student representative on the Board of Trustees, I firsthand witnessed this. In every discussion and decision with the board, President Jebb advocates and ensures that students are getting the most value out of their Ramapo experience. Her service is felt by her genuinely taking an interest in student life and our well-being. President Jebb doesn't just talk the talk, she walks the walk by always being engaged and present at various Ramapo events. Seeing her presence brings smiles to students. This is exactly what students need to hear and see to become the leaders that will serve our society in the 21st century. Students have a perfect example in President Jebb. Her exemplary career has been in the service of others, including her involvement with Ramapo and beyond. Not only as Ramapo students do we feel satisfied when we serve, but we see how it enables our growth as individuals and as members of teams by appreciating diverse perspectives and opening ourselves up to different possibilities. I'll never forget the first time I met President Jebb with then student trustee Alexis Meneses. I was shocked to see a college president and someone with tremendous success in the military and academia be so down to earth. She is relatable, understanding, and compassionate. On that same day, she coined me, which is a tradition from the military that she brought to Ramapo to show appreciation for someone. And yes, I do carry the coins. Talk about making a good first impression. Because of this, I have a wonderful relationship with President Jebb where we have meaningful conversations about how the Board of Trustees and President can advance the mission of Ramapo while always having the long-term welfare of our students in mind. One can always feel comfortable in her presence and speak their mind. I was sworn in as student trustee around the same time that President Jebb started her position as president of Ramapo. Both of us already knew a lot about Ramapo, but still had much to learn. We both discovered the mission of this wonderful college and wanted to preserve and promote it. We both agreed that this institution is ascending and that its liberal arts emphasis is invaluable. Our goal together is shared by many, to make the value of a Ramapo education well known across the Garden State and beyond. From everything I observed as a student and member of the Board of Trustees, I have no doubt that the future of our college is bright. There is always something new taking place on campus, with a great emphasis on student well-being, and we are all laboring together to develop graduates who will speak up and stand out in society. President Jebb, thank you for all that you do for us.
Thank you, Paulo and Jacob. How about one more big round of applause for our amazing students? So now I ask you to please welcome Lisa Ambrose, our Ramapo Staff Association President. Lisa joined Ramapo in 2018, and in addition to leading the Staff Association, she serves as our Integrated Marketing Specialist and is an instructor in our first-year seminar program. Lisa, welcome to the podium.
Thank you, Vice President Romano. Good afternoon, everyone. President Jebb said she would be honored if I would speak at her inauguration today. I told her the honor is mine to represent the Ramapo Staff Association. It is an honor because such a request demonstrates President Jebb's respect for and commitment to the more than 500 staff from 3 unions, as well as managers, by giving us a voice and presence at such a historic event for Ramapo College. During one of my first meetings with President Jebb, we somehow landed on a discussion about what music and song should play at her first date of the college. A theme in the meeting was about how Ramapo College is positioned at the right time to explore our context, ignite our passion, envision our environment, and make a bold impact. I'm about to show my age here. President Jebb said, "There's an old song that talks about being right here, right now." To which I replied, "Oh, Van Halen." This led to a brief David Lee Roth versus Sammy Hagar conversation and concluded with a fist bump. I share this story today because it was a glimpse of Cindy Jebb, not President Jebb, and that, in part, set the tone for our interactions going forward. The RSA is fortunate to have the space for dialogue and engagement with President Jebb every month. We talk about serious topics in a formal setting, yet do so in a personable, relatable, and informal way. It is during these meetings that we are afforded time to have candid conversations about both opportunities and challenges for her, for us, and for our students, and ways in which we can support each other. We've cultivated a relationship that affords us the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder, most notably during her initiative to include the RSA as part of the shared governance leadership at Ramapo College. President Jebb committed to raising the visibility of RSA, which remains evident through campus-wide communications, including the opportunity to present at the biannual communications meetings, to share with the campus community who we are, what we do, and for that, we thank you. On behalf of the staff, we appreciate the President's Staff Recognition Awards program as an avenue for staff to be honored for their contributions to Ramapo College. Another example of President Jebb's respect for and inclusion of all staff is when we were invited to participate in the Future Series and ask questions and provide feedback, which ultimately helped shape the college's strategic posture statement. And we sure did participate, accounting for approximately 70% of the attendees, which demonstrates our commitment to our college and its future. Anthropologist Margaret Mead said, quote, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, concerned citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has," end quote. I'd like to think that the Ramapo Staff Association is part of the change and growth at Ramapo College, and that is testimony to you, President Jebb, for giving us the opportunity to be a part of it in a meaningful, impactful way. From one female president to another, congratulations on being inaugurated today, and on behalf of the Ramapo Staff Association, thank you for all that you've done and will continue to do for our students, for us, and the entire campus community.
Thanks, Lisa. Well said. I am pleased to now introduce another shared governance leader at Ramapo, Ken McMurdy, the president of our faculty assembly. Dr. McMurdy joined Ramapo in 2007. He's an associate professor of mathematics. He plays guitar in the Ramapo College Jazz Band, and he co-chaired our task force on shared governance. Please welcome Dr. McMurdy.
Thank you, Vice President Romano. It's a privilege and honor to be with you today and share some of my own thoughts about President Jebb as we celebrate her inauguration. I assumed the position of Faculty Assembly President at the end of the spring semester, and so I've had the opportunity to work with President Jebb in this capacity for about 6 months. The official meetings and collaborative efforts that we've shared over this time have left me with a very positive impression of President Jebb as a colleague and partner. On one hand, she has been very honest, forthright, and transparent in sharing her perspective, positions, goals, and vision. Speaking on behalf of the faculty, I can say with great confidence that this is very much appreciated. Conversely, I have found President Jebb to be empathetic and eager to hear the faculty perspective. She is a good and active listener. Communication is widely acknowledged to be one of the most important, if not the most important ingredient for successful shared governance. So from this perspective, we have every reason to believe that with President Jebb's inauguration, we are embarking on an exciting period of successful collaboration and healthy shared governance across the college. By a bit of good fortune, President Jebb and I have also spent a great deal of time getting to know each other in a completely different setting. It turns out that we are both runners, and we've fallen into the habit of meeting at the track to run together a couple of mornings each week. What's great about this time is that it is totally unstructured and without agenda, so that conversations generally start with an open-ended prompt, such as, "What's on your mind?" or "How are things in your world?" Thus, we each get to know in a much more informal and revealing way what the other person generally thinks and cares about. Based on these conversations, I'm struck by how much President Jebb thinks about leadership, not just as an abstract concept, but as a professional duty and skill that can be improved. She reads about leadership, seeks the advice of others, and most importantly, deeply reflects on how she personally can be a better leader for Ramapo. For example, she likes to quote John Cotter's Leading Change, in which the assertion is made that good leaders must embrace a mindset of continual learning and growth. It's inspiring to me that she does not see herself as a finished product, but rather someone who is on a journey, continually learning to lead and working to improve as a leader. With her reflective and deliberate approach, I'm sure that this will be the case. Another observation that I have made about President Jebb is that she feels a real connection between her own journey and the mission of the college. President Jebb believes wholeheartedly in the power of a Ramapo education to be a transformative experience that can prepare future leaders at a time when we as a society need them the most. Moreover, she often speaks of the importance of personally modeling the values that we wish to engender in our students. To encourage empathy, we must model empathy. To encourage reflection, we must model reflection. To encourage civil discourse and healthy debate, we must model civil discourse and healthy debate. To encourage service, we must model service. To encourage a growth mindset and commitment to lifelong learning, we must model a growth mindset and commitment to lifelong learning. In short, President Jebb believes in the transformative power of a Ramapo education and sees herself not only as a leader, but also as a participant, as she works on modeling the very attributes that we are seeking to cultivate. So from my perspective as Faculty Assembly President, there are many reasons to be excited about the inauguration of President Jebb. She steps into this role as a seasoned and accomplished leader, but also a leader of deep reflection who is very willing to listen to others and always looking to learn, grow, and improve. She believes strongly in the mission of the college and the promise we make to our students of a transformative experience. Under President Jebb's leadership, I'm confident that Ramapo will be able to fulfill that promise both now and for years to come.
Thank you, Professor McMurdy, for your words, your honest and authentic leadership, and your partnership. I am now pleased to introduce two Ramapo College alumni, my friends Alexis Meneses and Keith Dawkins. But before I do, can I ask all Ramapo College alumni in the audience to please stand or wave from where you are? If there's Ramapo alums in the audience, yes, get those hands waving. We are so proud of you, Ramapo alums. Look at those alumni. That's Ramapo pride. We're so proud of all of you. But now let me tell you specifically about these two alums. Alexis is a graduate of the class of 2022, and she's a former student trustee. During her service as trustee, she was a varsity athlete and lent her energies to the college's return to campus planning and the presidential search. She's now pursuing her master's in accounting with Ramapo College. Next to her is Keith Dawkins. Keith is a graduate of the class of 1994, an active executive member of our Foundation Board of Governors. Keith was the 2022 recipient of the President's Award of Merit. And in his spare time, he serves as the president of the Harlem Globetrotters and Hershen Entertainment Studios. Please welcome Alexis and Keith.
Thank you, Vice President Romano. As VP Romano shared, in May I earned my bachelor's degree from Ramapo, and I'm now enrolled as a graduate student in our 4+1 Masters of Science in Accounting program. Ramapo is a special place for me. Entering my first semester of the master's program just a few short weeks ago, I was not intimidated because I was well prepared, I was ready. I had built relationships with professors, I was equipped with my liberal arts foundation, and I knew I could lean on the support of my fellow classmates and peers as we entered what is proving to be a challenging but most rewarding year. As an undergraduate, I served on the Ramapo College Board of Trustees and was a member of the cross-country winters and spring track team. I took advantage of the opportunity to return safely to campus amid the pandemic to start practicing with my teammates again and to continue my service as student trustee. That spring 2021 semester was my first real look into the student trustee role, which during the time was held by Bree Douglas, and I served as her alternate. As alternate student trustee, I participated actively in the national search that brought President Jebb to Ramapo. I sat on virtual panels with other students to interview each of the panelists applying to be Ramapo's 5th president. President Jebb stood out to me and to so many others. She spoke with each of the students gathered, not at them. She had thoughtful answers to everyone's questions, and when she didn't have a definitive answer, she was humble enough to share that she was still learning. Plus, she demonstrated an inspiring love of athletics and appreciation for the student-athlete experience. After spending my 4th year as student trustee and working with President Jebb during her first year, she consistently made sure that not just me, but all students that were at the table had a voice, were heard, and were making room for others at the table. As someone who is generally soft-spoken, I would like to thank President Jebb for fostering in me the confidence to speak up and for making the seat at the table that I occupied an empowering one. Back in 2021, I met with our fellow trustees and discussed who I believed would be a great leader to serve as Ramapo's 5th president. A person that was caring, student-centered, humble, and visionary, and that person was Dr. Cindy Jebb. Well, President Jebb, I am honored to be here today at your inauguration as the 5th president of Ramapo College. I am grateful for the time that we had together to serve the college alongside one another, and I look forward to what is ahead for my alma mater, and I trust that Keith does too. Keith.
Thank you, Alexis. How do I know the years are passing? One, because I need readers, and Alexis does not. And two, I'm sitting here, or standing here, and I'm looking at president of the college when I was here, president of the college when I got re-engaged back into the college of the adult, and now we're staying here for the inauguration of President Jebb, so it's like the years are passing, and that's pretty phenomenal and special. I thank you all, my colleagues, my friends on the Board of Governors, my various friends throughout the Ramapo College community. Thank you and congratulations to our president, President Jebb. You know, my professional life, I'm often asked to speak about leadership. It's a topic that's near and dear to my heart, and I usually break it down to 4 areas. One being resilience, so think of that as your grit. One, your impact, who are you making a lasting impression on? Selflessness, are you giving a little bit more than you're taking away? And the last one being having a sense of agency. But today I'm just going to briefly focus on impact as it best captures what Ramapo College has done for me. So some of you have heard me say this. When I graduated Ramapo some 10,000 years ago, the school gave me 2 very profound things that I'm eternally grateful for. One is my wife, and the second one's my career. And I would say for a guy who had to work his way and pay his way through college, that's a pretty good investment for what I got out of it, right? So I came to Ramapo, I met the girl who would be my wife of 24 years, and I did an internship at CNBC, and that would lead to this lifelong career in the media and entertainment industry. And ironically, though, as the years went on, I had very little to no connection with Ramapo. So until one day, about 10 years ago, 2 then members of the Ramapo College Foundation reached out to me, and they wanted to gauge my interest in being covered in the college magazine as they were doing features on folks who had graduated from Ramapo and some of the interesting things that they were doing in their careers. And I was at Nickelodeon at the time, and I was just remember being so honored that someone thought I was doing something interesting in my career and wanted to speak to me about it. Especially this college at the time I had used out of necessity as a means to an end to get to hopefully where I was today. Unbeknownst to me, though, that would start the beginning of a new and lasting connection to Ramapo. I would go on to become a member of the Board of Governors. I'd receive honors I couldn't imagine. Distinguished Citizens Award in 2013. This past year, President Jebb awarded me with the President's Merit of Honor. I still can't thank you enough for that. I'm still blown away by that. I've made many new friends. I've served on various committees. I've had the opportunity to mentor students, which I love, 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 love doing. I teach an advertising and PR class. I've made so many new connections. So really, Ramapo has become both my philanthropic effort of choice and as well one of the most important networks and aspects of my life. So now I can say that Ramapo has given me 3 things. Sorry, my wife Ramapo is still number 1 on that list. My career, and third, a rewarding and meaningful and cherished new purpose in my life. So I would say that's impact. It really speaks to the value of a awesome and dynamic college education that is increasingly so for me, that Ramapo education is for me. So as a road runner for life, I just want you to say, Dr. Jebb, congratulations and thank you. I'm here for you as a friend, as an advocate, as a supporter, whatever capacity you need me. I look forward to helping you create that impact for the next generation of Ramapo students, that impact that it had on me, and thank you all for that.
Let's keep that applause going one more time for Alexis and Keith. You both embody Ramapo College, and we're so grateful for the example you set. I now ask you to turn your attention to the screen as I introduce a video message from New Jersey Governor Philip Murphy. While unable to be here in person today, Governor Murphy sent along his congratulations.
Hey everyone, Governor Phil Murphy here. It is indeed a great honor to join with everyone today as Dr. Cindy Jebb has any and all remaining asterisks or other notations removed from her title and becomes formally, and for all to see, the 5th president of Ramapo College of New Jersey. And being the first woman to serve as the president of Ramapo College is a fitting capstone to your decorated 39-year career with the U.S. military. It is important to have women in leadership positions. Moreover, leadership and collaboration go hand in hand. And I am confident that Dr. Jebb's vast experience will bring a fresh and unique perspective to her role as president. The role of a university is to ensure that each class and generation that leaves its campus is not just better prepared to succeed in the jobs and economy of tomorrow than the ones which preceded it, but better prepared for the responsibilities of citizenship. And Dr. Jebb is already demonstrating this with new traditions like the presidential coin to honor those exemplifying the values of the Ramapo community. I first connected with President Jebb when I cut the ribbon with her for the opening of the Peter P. Mercer Learning Commons at Ramapo College last year. I know that that will not be the last time I'm at Ramapo. President Jebb, congratulations and best wishes as you embark on this new extraordinary adventure.
You know, firsthand, I can attest to the governor's affirmation of President Jebb's penchant for leadership through collaboration. As a member of her senior mission element team, I can assure you that our ability to advance and take risks as a college is strengthened by her leadership and collaborative spirit. I am now pleased to introduce the Ramapo College alma mater, performed by our student Lindsay Ruggiero, a future member of the class of 2024. The lyrics are on display and also in your program. Please stand if you are able, and we encourage you to sing along.
Ramapo, we sing to you. Ramapo, with pride. Praise-filled voices raised on high, fill your mountainside. In the time we've spent together, we have come to learn to have dignity, a mind that's free, and celebrate humanity. Ramapo, as years go by, Ramapo with love. Even when you're far away, forever we'll be one.
Thank you, Lindsay. Incredible. And Dr. Luder, thank you so much. Please be seated, everybody. I am now pleased to bring us to the reflections portion of our program. We are joined today by Major General Diana M. Holland, Commander, Mississippi Valley Division, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Major General Holland was the first woman appointed Commandant of Cadets at the United States Military Academy at West Point. She and President Jebb worked alongside each other, marking the only time in the Academy's history that women served as both Dean and Commandant. Holland was also the first woman to hold the title of Deputy Commander of a Light Infantry Division. She served 1 combat tour in Iraq and 2 combat tours in Afghanistan. As a senior commander in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, she oversaw support to disaster-stricken states and U.S. territories following Hurricanes Irma, Maria, Florence, Michael, Laura, Delta, and Ida. A graduate of the U.S. Military Academy in 1990, Holland was commissioned a 2nd lieutenant in the Corps of Engineers and currently serves with the Corps as the commanding general of the Mississippi Valley Division and as president of the Mississippi River Commission, both firsts for a woman in these appointments. Holland's military awards and decorations include the Distinguished Service Medal, Legion of Merit, Bronze Star, Combat Action Badge, Senior Parachutist Badge, and Silver Order of the DeFleury Medal. Please welcome Major General Diana Holland.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and greetings, Ramapo College, faculty, staff, students, guests, family. It is really an honor to be here, and it is really great to reconnect with Senator Reed. You honor us by your presence. To meet Chief Perry, really wonderful to speak with you today, sir. You too honor Ramapo with your participation in this ceremony. And of course, I've got to give a shout out to the cadets who are here with the Glee Club of my alma mater, the United States Military Academy. The Corps of Cadets makes us proud every single day. And I know that they're going to join the Cantanova here very soon, and the music they're going to make is going to make this ceremony even more magical than it would otherwise be. So I must say, speaking of magical, the pageantry of this ceremony would give any event at the Military Academy a run for its money. It's been amazing and heartwarming, and I'm so honored to be a part of it. I hope I prove to be a worthy participant. You know, I spent some time on this speech, but I realize I'm actually going to be kind of repetitive. I thought I was going to tell you a bunch of things you didn't already know, but listening to everybody who preceded me, it turns out you already know Cindy Jebb pretty well. But I did travel all the way from Mississippi, and I did spend a few hours on this, so, you know, I think I'm going to go with it. So bear with me. My relationship with then Brigadier General Jebb began in January of 2016 when I was Commandant of Cadets at West Point. For clarification, because this will be important later, the Commandant is responsible for regulations, discipline, drill and ceremonies such as parades, the honor code, physical education, and military training. As is already mentioned, I was the first female commandant in the Academy's 200-plus year history. What an honor, loved every minute of it, but I liked it a lot more when Cindy became the first woman dean of the academic board just 6 months later. The dean, of course, is responsible for the curriculum, the staff and faculty, credentialing, academic facilities, and so on. In any case, it was extraordinary for West Point to have not just one, but 2 female general officers at the same time. I think it's fair to say that it was an adjustment for everyone. Much to my surprise, it was also an adjustment for Cindy and me as well, often in humorous ways. The first way had to do with uniforms. We have a blue uniform in the Army, and the woman's hat is distinctly different from that of the men. This is usually a huge advantage for women. When attending a meeting or class, the custom is to drop off the headgear in a coat room or hang it on a hook outside a room before entering an auditorium or a meeting. The 2 of us, over many years, became accustomed to quickly identifying our own headgear as we departed a room because of the uniqueness of the female hat in a sea of men's hats. On one of the first events we both attended, we dropped off our hats on a shelf as usual, but we didn't depart at the same time. Cindy left first, quickly grabbed a woman's blue hat. I left a few minutes later and grabbed the only woman's hat that remained in the pile. I didn't think anything of it until I stepped out the door of the building, flipped this hat on my head, and realized it could not be mine. I won't say who has the bigger head and therefore the bigger hat. I will just say that one of us spent the next 2 days with a hat that rode too low over her forehead, and one of us had a hat that sat too far on top of her head and thus had to do a balancing act in order to keep it from falling off. I was mortified because cadets notice everything, and they made comments. But we made the best of it. We laughed hard when we finally exchanged hats, but we didn't make that mistake again. The second thing that happened to us and persists for me to this day is that people somehow couldn't tell us apart. On the first occasion, a West Point graduate, probably 20 years my senior, came up to me and thanked me for a speech I had recently given to an academic department at Princeton. I immediately suspected that this was a case of mistaken identity. As the commandant, I would not likely be the one making remarks to an academic department at Princeton, but what sealed it for me is that I have never been to Princeton. I attempted to exude patience and grace with the gentleman, but I admit I was defensive. I corrected him, explained he must mean General Jebb, the dean. He appeared confused and was tongue-tied, and to this day, I don't think he has accepted that could be two of us at West Point at the same time. In any case, I moved off in a huff. When I told Cindy about this exchange, she laughed and said, "Funny you should say that, because I just had someone come up to me and complain about the appearance of the cadets at the last parade." Cindy, unlike me, rather than be offended, just took it in stride and told the offender she'd share his feedback with the commandant the next time she saw her. To this day, 5 years after I departed West Point, I'm still mistaken for Cindy. I was on an airplane this week, no kidding, this week, when a young man looked at me, neither of us were in uniform, and he said, "Excuse me, ma'am, I graduated from West Point in 2015. I think I know you. Didn't you serve at West Point recently?" I broke out into a big grin, flattered that I would be recognized out of uniform by a young graduate after so many years. "Why, yes," I said, "you have a great memory." To which he responded, "Well, it's hard not to recognize the dean." At this point, I just asked myself, what would Cindy do? She has a great sense of humor and handles even the most awkward situations with grace, never wanting to embarrass others, even if, in my opinion, they deserve it. Beyond these humorous events, I had the opportunity to observe and learn from this amazing leader in a pretty intense environment. Watching her shepherd the academic side of West Point, I saw that she is anchored by important values, including character and commitment. And I witnessed how she successfully shaped a generation of West Point graduates. First and foremost, I learned immediately that Cindy believes strongly in providing a broad education to the citizens of our democracy, including our democracy's future Army leaders. Education for military leaders has always been important, but in today's world, it's more important than ever. And here's why I say that. First, more and more decisions in the Army are being made at the lowest levels and in a decentralized way. Our soldiers operate in smaller teams, distant from their command, and they often have to make decisions of great consequence. Second, we strive to prevent war through strengthening relationships with allies and partner nations. Working with other armies and local populations requires an open mind, an appreciation for cultural and social differences, and it always requires listening and empathy. Third, our officers lead soldiers from all walks of life. The U.S. Army is comprised of young people who come from every state, territory, and Native and Indigenous community across America. They represent all levels of the socioeconomic ladder of all backgrounds and belief systems. It is a far more diverse Army than portrayed in the media and the national narrative. Fourth, our Army is relatively small today, especially when compared to the World War II Army, and even when compared to the Army we had as recently as 1989 at the end of the Cold War. Fewer and fewer Americans, when compared to the size of the population, choose to serve in the military. A potential consequence is a military at risk of becoming isolated from its society. And so it is essential that our military leaders understand that risk and know how to build bridges. And lastly, the Army of today has increasingly complex technology in its hands. Our soldiers not only have to be comfortable with changing technology, but they have to be savvy with it. For leaders to succeed in the environment I've described, West Point during Cindy's tenure stressed the importance of a broad education, ensuring that our graduates can think, adapt, build teams, effectively communicate, confront challenges, diffuse tension, and integrate technology. And as she was fond of saying, teach them not what to think, but how to think. So I know you're probably wondering by now, why am I talking so much about West Point and the Army in a speech at Ramapo College? It's because the environment I've described as it relates to Army leaders is very similar to the world as it relates to all young people today. And like our Army, leaders in all professions, public and private, are grappling with the evolving dynamics. A technologically advanced world, fragmented or decentralized community, an increasingly diverse population, competition for talent, and an environment where there seems to be more yelling than listening. As is true for our Army, the solution starts and probably ends with broad education, as I'm sure this audience would agree. Education isn't the only solution, but it's hard to imagine a solution without it. It's for these reasons that I know Cindy Jebb is suited to continue her passion for leading in academia. She is one of very few who have spent a career in our military, a lifetime in education, with a lot of experience in raising a generation of leaders. She's been here a year already, and as I've seen, you've come to know her, and you recognize that she leads through strong personal example, with kindness and patience. She inspires lifelong learning, self-examination, and personal and professional growth. She will give you nothing less than 110% of herself. She will open doors. She will lift up those who need a hand. She will find consensus when others would give up. She will challenge all to find alternative solutions rather than stopping at what might be seen as the easy path forward. She will listen. She will be compassionate. She will be the president that you need her to be. Congratulations, Cindy. Your large fan club is extremely proud of you, how you continue to serve our nation in a way that only you can. Congratulations to the entire Jebb family as you continue to watch, to support, and to serve with this amazing woman. Ladies and gentlemen of Ramapo College, thank you again for including me in your ceremony, for the warm welcome and the hospitality. I will not forget you or this experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Major General Holland. We are truly humbled by your words and your presence here with us today. I now have the pleasure of introducing the Honorable Jack Reed, United States Senator from Rhode Island and Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Initially connected through West Point's Department of Social Sciences, Senator Reed's and President Jebb's shared passion for service has forged an enduring bond over the years. Like President Jebb and Major General Holland, Senator Reed also graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point. He served in the U.S. Army with the 82nd Airborne Division as an infantry platoon leader, a company commander, and a battalion staff officer before returning to West Point as a member of the faculty, where he taught cadets about economics and international relations. He earned the Army Commendation Medal with Oak Leaf Cluster, Ranger Tab, Senior Parachutist Badge, and Expert Infantry Badge. A graduate of Harvard Law, before his election to the U.S. Senate in 1996, Reed practiced law and later served in state government, and as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives as a congressman representing Rhode Island's 2nd Congressional District. Please welcome Senator Jack Reed.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair Valario and distinguished members of the board, distinguished faculty members, Major General Holland, Chief Perry, parents, friends, alumni, and especially the students of Ramapo College. Good afternoon. It is an extraordinary privilege to join you today for the formal inauguration of Brigadier General Cindy Jebb as the first president of Ramapo College. Now, I found it quite interesting that I was seated between the dean and the commandant. I spent 4 years as a cadet trying to avoid the dean and the commandant, and I made it. I am extraordinarily proud to salute this distinguished soldier, scholar, and educator as she begins the momentous chapter in her life. Cindy's life has been defined by service to the nation and her community, and Ramapo can expect nothing less. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the Jebb family, who sustained Cindy in her lifetime of service. She and her husband of 40 years, Dr. Joel Jebb, met while they were first-year cadets, we say plebes, at West Point. They have served the nation wonderfully together, and Joel continues to lead the English department at the West Point Preparatory School. They've raised a remarkable family in their children Ben, Alex, Olivia, and in their daughter-in-law, Heather. A legacy of service runs very deeply in the Jebb family. Of course, the proudest person here today is Cindy's mother, Ellen Glazier, along with her brother, Rob Glazier. You did a good job, Mom. If we knew nothing else about Cindy, we would be extraordinarily impressed by the titles she carries: General, Doctor, Dean, and now President. But Dr. Jebb's character and impact on the world run deeper than these weighty titles. She is a brilliant soldier, an accomplished scholar, an inspirational educator, and a champion for the students and colleagues around her. President Jebb embodies the ideals of our alma mater and the alma mater of those young cadets that are here today: duty, honor, country. I first had the opportunity to get to know Cindy when she served as the head of the Department of Social Sciences at West Point. As has been indicated, I also graduated from West Point, and I also taught in the Department of Social Sciences. I must confess, I was several years ahead of Cindy in all these endeavors, but let me assure you, it was in the same century. It's particularly rewarding now and then to see what she accomplished at the Department of Social Sciences. She made a great institution even better, and that's what she's going to do at Ramapo College. And then as Dean of the Academic Board, she created a deep and lasting impact at West Point. Her overriding passion was the development of leaders of character for the Army and the nation. And as you may know, in academic programs, the dean is not always the most popular person with cadets or students, but Cindy was. She made the welfare of cadets and their growth as individuals her top priority, and they knew it. During her tenure as dean, she had plenty of challenges to overcome. In the first few months, she had to confront a limited budget based on my colleagues and I making cuts in the national defense budget and domestic programs. She did it with ingenuity, she did it with tact, and she succeeded. She also implemented a number of impressive reforms at the Academy, including the transformation of its information technology systems, overseeing the academic building upgrade program, introducing tenure at West Point, and establishing study day in the academic week, greatly benefiting the intellectual growth of the cadets and faculty. President Jebb is an accomplished and ambitious leader, but the informal motto of the West Point Department of Social Sciences is "be kind," and that truly governs her conduct. In fact, upon her retirement from the Academy, she was presented with the department's traditional gift, an engraved West Point chair. Hers simply read, "Brigadier General Cindy Jebb, retired. Be kind." Cindy is unfailingly empathetic, inclusive, and collaborative, traits which make a great combination for academic governance. Importantly, throughout her career, Cindy was often a woman in leadership roles at a time when it was not easy to do that. And I must include General Holland in that description also. She graduated at West Point in the class of '82, only the third class to graduate with women. She went on to serve as a military intelligence officer in the 1st Armored Division, one of the first women to serve in that formation. And then, of course, she became the first woman dean of the academic board at West Point. And now, she is the first woman president of Ramapo College. She is a trailblazer who continues to pay forward. Throughout her career, she has invested her dedication, talent, and intellect into the cadets soldiers, students, faculty, and staff who have had the good fortune to come into her orbit. She has left an indelible mark on many, and she brings that same ethos, energy, and empathy to Ramapo College. And here, in particular, is where the vision of Ramapo College and the vision of President Jebb are aligned in a way that will benefit so many students, faculty, and community leaders. Ramapo, as the premier public liberal arts college in New Jersey, plays a special role preparing students to be successful leaders in a changing world. The liberal arts provide a foundation for building a strong community and a healthy democracy. Critical thinking, the ability to consider and learn from diverse viewpoints, the ability to apply knowledge from different disciplines to solve problems. That is what the liberal arts teach, and those are the skills that Cindy has brought to every role she has undertaken. She is uniquely equipped to lead this college into the future. Just as West Point prepares its cadets to serve our nation, Ramapo prepares students for a life of service, some as educators or nurses or social workers or professionals in the arts, science, or business, but all as citizens. As president, Cindy has challenged this college to be brave enough to ask what's next, but the genius of her leadership is she also has the foresight to ask who's next. Wherever she has served, she has left a cadre of individuals ready to take the reins of leadership and continue the mission. Because of that, she's not afraid to take on hard challenges. She's able to take the long view and work for the kind of changes that have a lasting impact. And she inspires that kind of courage in others. President Jebb is a preeminent citizen leader. For nearly 4 decades, she devoted herself to selfless service to the nation as an Army officer. As dean of the academic board at West Point, she was a superb educational leader. Her vision, collaboration, and commitment truly reshaped West Point. And then something that Cindy knows very well and is critically important. She understands through her experience that talent, technology, and technique can never ultimately succeed if character and commitment fail. Like this school, Cindy Jebb is about character and commitment. This is the moment when a great leader assumes responsibilities at a great college. President Jebb, congratulations. Carry on.
Thank you, Senator Reed, for your service, your leadership, and for being with us here at Ramapo. It is now my pleasure to welcome the West Point Glee Club and the Ramapo College Concert Band, who together will perform Mansions of the Lord. How about one more big round of applause? Thank you, West Point Glee Club, Ramapo College Concert Band, and directors Constance Chase and Chris Wilhelm. Thank you. Now, please welcome back to the podium Chair Valerio and the person we've heard so much about today, President Cindy R. Jebb, the 5th president of Ramapo College of New Jersey, for the installation.
If I may, before we get to the formal part of our proceedings, I'd like to also add my thanks to Major General Holland and Senator Reed for your wit, wisdom, and insights in this woman that we've come to value so much at Ramapo. We're honored to have you with us. Ramapo College has installed a president on only 4 previous occasions, a fact that attests not only to the relative youth of our institution, but also to the depth of commitment to the college our leaders have demonstrated. Today, we formally welcome to this distinguished company a leader with similar exceptional qualities. It gives me great pleasure to ask Cindy Jebb to step forward as we proceed with the investiture and presentation of the Chains of Office and Presidential Medallion. Cindy Jebb, the Board of Trustees has chosen you as president of Ramapo College of New Jersey. You will have the great privilege and responsibility of leading Ramapo College of New Jersey to the fulfillment of its great promise for years to come. Dr. Jebb, your service depicts a deeply personal journey, one you pursue with passion, courage, humility, and empathy. You model the virtues of academia and of a civil society: reason, integrity, fairness, respect, discipline, innovation, and empathy. You see the role of leadership not as a role of maintenance, but one of collaboration, empowerment, and justice. We were all pleased when you agreed to serve Ramapo College of New Jersey by accepting the position of president. With this inauguration, we recognize your leadership, your vision, your purposeful path in advancing the college's mission and upward trajectory. We charge you with the responsibility of guiding this institution and confer upon you the authority necessary for this task. I speak for the trustees, the governors, the faculty, the students, the staff, and the alumni of Ramapo College of New Jersey when we say that we expect much of you. In return, we pledge our honest cooperation and full support for the efforts you will undertake on behalf of Ramapo College, the state of New Jersey, and our democratic society in the coming years. And now, by the authority of the Ramapo College of New Jersey Board of Trustees, I will momentarily place over your shoulders the Great Seal of the college, the symbol of the esteemed office which you now hold and for which you will further a legacy of excellence. It is now my sincere honor to present to you, friends of the college, the 5th president of Ramapo College of New Jersey, Dr. Cindy R. Jebb.
Well, thank you, Chair Valerio. And thank you, everyone. I can't tell you how honored, humbled, and quite frankly overwhelmed I am. On this occasion, I would like to offer words of gratitude to take account of the world our students live in and will graduate into, the pronounced role of higher education given our changing world, and Ramapo's role to lead not just here in New Jersey, but beyond as well. To the untrained eye, this inauguration may seem like a gathering of worlds colliding, but for me, it is worlds uniting. Governor Murphy mentioned our coin. On it, it says, "Be bold, be kind, be good teammates." What this gathering represents is a team of teams over the years that share a great deal. I have been blessed to have inspiring teammates. And Patrick Lencioni reminds us not to take teamwork for granted when he states, quote, "Not finance, not strategy, not technology. It is teamwork that remains the ultimate competitive advantage, both because it is so powerful and rare." And I stole a page from FDR's playbook as he recounts, quote, "I'm not the smartest fellow in the world, but I sure can pick smart colleagues," quote. And over the years, I've had the wonderful honor of serving with the best people I know. I will start with the core and the Ramapo student body. To the West Point Glee Club, Cantanova, and the concert band, you honor me through your beautiful voices and instrumentation. Thank you to our awesome color guard and to Lindsay Ruggiero. I'm really moved beyond words. I'm so blessed to have had the opportunity to serve as dean at West Point, and I want to recognize Lieutenant Lindy Meridian, who is here today, and served as the Cadet Brigade Academic Officer in 2020 when the world shut down. Lindy provided me with great insight as we navigated that last semester. She is a Marshall Scholar, engineer officer, and track superstar. Thank you, Lindy. And please know, And please know that Maxwell Myers continued to build on your legacy the following year. I felt such a closeness with the Corps, and I will always be grateful to have had that opportunity to serve. I'm also so grateful that the Ramapo student body embraced me from the beginning as I began a new chapter. I'm so inspired by your passion, talents, and service ethos. And as I mentioned in my State of the College address just last month, I will never stop fighting for you. So let me turn to our students on the dais. I had the honor of serving with Anjali Patel last year, and now Paolo Miyashiro Bedoya as Student Government Association presidents. Anjali provided the student body with inspired leadership during 2 years of the pandemic and helped onboard me. Thank you, Anjali. And now I get to serve with Paolo. Thank you for your kind words. You are demonstrating thoughtful, inclusive, empathetic leadership, and I so look forward to serving alongside you this upcoming year. Alexis Meneses was the student trustee last year, and as you heard, she is now a graduate student and alum. Thank you for your counsel and kind example, Alexis. Jacob Zach, you continue to amaze me with your strategic thinking and compelling student voice as a trustee. I wholeheartedly agree with you. The future is bright because you are our future. And I was thrilled to recognize Keith Dawkins at commencement as the President's Award of Merit recipient. Thank you, Keith, for your outstanding example as an alum and for your advocacy and insightful advice. Also, let me take this opportunity to thank Chair of our Foundation Board of Governors, Roy Petrino, and all the members, supporters, and friends of Ramapo whose generosity makes such a difference. Chief Perry, you honor all of us. I am grateful for your friendship and partnership, and thank you for your service as a Vietnam vet. I look forward to strengthening our ties in meaningful and sustained ways. Last year, I worked alongside Faculty Assembly President Naseem Chaudhry. Thank you, Naseem, for onboarding me and for your leadership during a pandemic and presidential transition. And now my running partner, Ken McMurdy, is our Faculty Assembly President. Thank you, Ken, for your spirited and empathetic leadership, advice, and partnership. I like your line about John Cotter. You'll hear that shortly. And thank you for teaching me the power of again. Let me thank all the faculty. Thank you for being so talented, student-centered, and caring. To Lisa Ambrose, your empathetic and considered leadership is evident every day. Thank you and the staff for your talents, goodwill, and care. To the chair of our Board of Trustees, Susan Valerio, there are no words, but what an example, there you are. But what an example you are for compassionate leadership. Thank you for your faith in me, and thank you for your and Nick's friendship. And to the Board of Trustees, thank you for your support, counsel, and confidence. To Major General Diana Holland, you epitomize professionalism. I learned so much serving with you. It was only 1 year, but I felt I had known you all my life. The Army has been blessed by your kind and grounded leadership. Senator Reid, sir, in a moment I will talk about education and democracy. You have always epitomized West Point's motto of duty, honor, country. And knowing that your steady hand has been on the congressional wheel, so to speak, has been very reassuring. To the presidents, Scott and President Mercer, thank you for your leadership of this great institution. I will work hard to build on your legacy and your predecessors' enduring legacies as well. To the Army West Point teams, thank you to Mr. Kelly. Knowing your hand was on the Army wheel was always reassuring. Lieutenant General retired Mary Legere is here, my officer basic roommate. Great to see my successor, Brigadier General Shane Reeves. And hello to former student and now friend, Brigadier General Tomasz Kowalik, viewing this live stream from Poland. I have so many people to thank across the Army and West Point families, your awesome colleagues, supporters, and friends, and you continue to inspire me every day. And I've learned so much from each and every one of you. To my Ramapo family, thank you for making my transition so enjoyable and fruitful. I am in awe of your passions, commitment, work ethic, and talents, and I'm so excited to move not just forward, but upward. To our senior leaders, our mission element team, please stand. Susan Golden, who took over as our interim provost in February of 2020, enough said. Chris Romano, who is Ramapo. Virginia Galdieri, who has the biggest heart. Kirsten Lorikite, who is the best CFO east of the Mississippi. Nicole Morgan Agard, who gracefully leads by example. Melissa Vanderwall, who is a fierce, not just a fierce, the fiercest advocate for our students. And finally, our chief of staff, who's so wise, caring, insightful, and talented, Brittany Williams Goldstein. Thank you to Mike Trippitti, Pat O'Connor, Patricia Chavez, and Jod Woods. They've all been terrific mentors and tutors. Thank you to Stephanie Sheeler, who led the Inauguration Committee, and thank you to all the members of this Inauguration Committee. Thank you to Marie Champy and Sarah Gazzillo for onboarding me so well. To all the delegates, you honor Ramapo and me by your presence. I want to specifically thank my peers at the New Jersey Association of State Colleges and Universities. We too are a team, and we have important work to do. And I'm so thrilled and feel so lucky that we get to serve together. Thank you to Governor Murphy, as well as our valued members of the State Assembly, County Board of Commissioners, and our Township Council. We are so grateful for the bipartisan support. Thank you to all my friends from high school my USMA classmates, my coaches, my high school coaches who fought for girls in high school to be able to play sports. You too honor Ramapo and me with your presence. Finally, my family, Team Jebb. I would not be standing here were it not for Joel's love and support. We did, in fact, celebrate our 40th anniversary last spring. Twice, I was stationed away from my family for a year. Once when the kids were ages 4, 3, and 1. Yeah, and the other time, they were 11, 10, and 8. And Joel was and continues to be extraordinary. And as you heard from the senator, heads up the English department at the preparatory school. Love you. Our children, who we call the Jebblets, are all doing extraordinary work in the service of others, following their passions. Ben, Alex, Olivia, and our daughter-in-law, Heather, who is with our grandson, Carter, who's napping. So proud of you and love you. My mom and her friend Ellie are here. My dad passed right before COVID, and he would have loved today. My parents and Ellie were educators. Mom, I'm grateful for you and Dad every day. Love you. And Ellie. My brother is here. Thank you, Rob. Love you so much. And my sister Jan cannot make it, but is viewing the live stream. Love you. Like the best of family, last year our Ramapo family came together multiple times. Our college engaged in a series of conversations called the Future Series. As we think about our mission, it is important to think about the future. I like using Peter Schwartz's scenario development technique, which helps us anticipate different futures by identifying driving forces, those things we think we know, and grapple with critical uncertainties that might drive those alternative futures. For today, I think we can agree that the pandemic has been a critical uncertainty that just over 2 years ago, we had no idea what we were in for. In fact, we gather today when just last year, this kind of gathering was not possible. This past year alone, we've witnessed or experienced more than some may have witnessed in a lifetime. Extreme effects of climate change, fires and drought in the West, horrific hurricanes, variations of this pandemic, an anniversary of 6 January that continues to divide rather than unite, the Russian invasion of Ukraine with hints of possible nuclear war, Chinese threats to Taiwan, mass shootings around the country, dehumanizing rhetoric, an economy that feels fragile. Here in New Jersey in higher ed, some of the reported driving forces include almost 28,000 New Jersey high school seniors who leave our state to attend school. 65% of children entering grade school today will end up working in jobs that do not even exist yet. And the average professional changes jobs 12 to 15 times in their lifetime. Moreover, nearly a third of all college students have been diagnosed with an anxiety disorder, and counseling centers are facing unprecedented demand. Mental health is now one of the top reasons many college students are considering dropping out of college. It may all seem overwhelming, and when things start feeling fragile, I like to turn to source documents, my academic roots in comparative politics, and leader development. In fact, it was General retired Larry Jordan who mentored me that during fragile times, it's best to go back to source documents for grounding, and specifically the preamble of to the Constitution. In it, we read, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." Now, these goals may be aspirational, but they support a worthy ideal that Americans have cherished since 1776, and that is freedom. In fact, our first year book, Killers of the Flower Moon by David Grann, reveals the awful racism and savagery perpetrated on the Osage Nation in Oklahoma in the early 20th century. One of our first year essay contest winners, student Emma Wonder, wrote that it was through, quote, Grann's investigative work that the West becomes not a stage cast with characters in the age-old story, but an unveiling of people and a resurrection of truth. By learning such hard truths, we better understand the human condition. If we approach the study with courage and love, we can better understand our own vulnerabilities and thus heighten our empathy, something I've learned from the writings of Terence and Maya Angelou. Such study helps focus us and reminds us that our diversity is our strength if we identify it and value it. Bell Hooks wrote, quote, the moment we choose to love, we begin to move against domination, against oppression. The moment we choose to love, we begin the move toward freedom, to act in ways that liberate ourselves and others. I remember when Medel Ab and I observed the refugee camps in eastern Chad. When it was time to leave, our driver, Hassan, took us to the airstrip in Abeche, and then the plan was for him to drive with a few vehicles in tow back to the capital city. Well, Medel and I were not on the passenger manifest, and I turned to Hassan, and with the remnants of French I could remember, said, Je suis désolé, vous ne partirez pas s'il vous plaît. Right? I'm sorry, but don't leave, please. He just kindly looked at me and said, Petit problème, madame. I learned a great deal about empathy and perspective in that moment after we had just seen the conditions of the camps. Our democracy is ultimately a human endeavor, and to explore our own humanity and our connectedness to one another means that we face difficult challenges with love in our hearts and commitment to one another. This endeavor and the values of the preamble ground and unite us. J.S. Mill reminds us, quote, the most important point of excellence which any form of government can possess is to promote the virtue and intelligence of the people themselves, end quote. Yes, source documents and the literature of comparative politics are among my go-tos when fragility feels omnipresent. I wanted to study comparative politics in the 1990s because I was interested in the dynamics within states that cause instability and conflict. I studied concepts of political culture and political community, civil society, and their impact on legitimacy. Ralph Darndorf explained that the two keys to state stability are effectiveness and legitimacy. Quote, effectiveness means that governments have to work. Legitimacy is a moral concept. A government is legitimate if what it does is right, both in the sense of complying with certain fundamental principles and that of being in line with prevailing cultural values, end quote. Darndorf tells us ineffectiveness is not good, but warns us that if legitimacy erodes, the results could be gravely dangerous. I look back at Larry Diamond's writings about civil society and its democratizing effects. He was writing about civil society during the so-called third wave of democratization around the globe, which almost seems quaint now. Among many of its traits, he writes, quote, civil society encompasses pluralism and diversity. Political culture is related to civil society, and Amin and Verba's work described the civic culture, a kind of political culture aligned with democracy, rooted in four things: trust, tolerance, competence, and consensus. My studies informed some of my service overseas, specifically internalizing that legitimacy cannot be imposed, it must come from within. The best we can do is help establish conditions that might facilitate both effectiveness and legitimacy, whether that be in Iraq, Afghanistan, Chad, Niger, or elsewhere. In fact, I still remember talking with a gentleman who ran a non-government organization as we discussed the prospects of democracy, and he lamented that in his country, the challenges are grand when the legislators voting on bills are themselves illiterate. My studies of different country cases led me to turn the comparative politics lens on the United States. In fact, while on faculty, the cadets and I often did so. The point being, we ought to have the humility to recognize our vulnerability as a republic, and that vulnerability should inform those critical uncertainties that Darndorf warns about should legitimacy erode. It is also a call to action, as J.S. Mill tells us, the importance of virtue and intellect in our society. In other words, a crisis of legitimacy can be averted with deliberate and intentional focus on education, an education that fosters trust, competence, and consensus, and pushes us past tolerance towards acceptance and inclusion. An education that, to borrow from Martin Luther King Jr., can be transformative by developing, quote, intelligence and character. Which leads me to my third go-to, and that is leader development. John Kotter, author of Leading Change, discusses how in the 21st century, leadership trumps management. Leadership is necessary if we are to adapt, advance, and grow. It is about envisioning, inspiring, caring. It is about people. Management is about controls, systems, and processes that are needed, no doubt, but within the context of a leader-oriented organization. Leadership must permeate all levels of an organization. I saw such leadership by General Holland and how her team responded to her collaborative, empowering leadership when she served as Commandant. And we were able to work together to lay groundwork for the future. I see how Senator Reid brings people together with different perspectives, parties, and ideas every time he graciously hosts cadets each summer. I saw it and see it in our conversations and watching him operate so effectively, building consensus on important matters, and that is his nature on all things. Indeed, Rear Admiral Grace Murray Hopper reminds us that, quote, you manage things, you lead people. And John Kotter tells us that successful leaders must be lifelong learners. And this is where higher education can and must have great effect, to develop ethical leaders with a foundation for lifelong learning who, for example, could engage in scenario development and have the courage and intellect to think through critical uncertainties, to help anticipate possible futures, and then lead in those endeavors towards positive effect. Again, we have work to do in higher education on a number of fronts to prepare our students for those critical uncertainties that should drive us into our communities, shift our efforts to engage with K-12 as we learn more about the deficits from COVID, and to tell our story, the transformative power of education, the power of learning how to think, not what to think, the power of civic engagement and civil discourse, the power of inclusive environments, the power of education to develop leaders. The power of higher ed is not and cannot just be about our graduates' first jobs. It is much more than that. It is about providing virtue, intelligence, character, and leadership. Friends, I'm thrilled to report that our Ramapo team is leading in this effort. We have a great story to tell. We are 53 years young. Ramapo continues to be that tight-knit, interdisciplinary team who was one of the only teams to welcome Vietnam vets onto campus in the 1970s. Ramapo is accessible and built its campus and culture to be military-friendly and disability-friendly before legislation required it. In fact, we are recognized as number 24 in the nation of being disability-friendly, and we just earned the gold badge for military-friendly. Our retention and graduation rates are above the national averages, a result of our nationally recognized best practices for student success. At the end of the day, at Ramapo, we do what is right, even if doing so is unpopular and hard. We embrace the liberal arts as foundational for developing ethical leaders who serve as change agents across New Jersey and beyond. It is our liberal arts education that is designed, again, to teach how to think, not what to think. That is, to think like an economist, or an historian, or a scientist. We focus on experiential and interdisciplinary learning and intercultural and international understanding to generate the outcomes we seek in leaders. Think critically, positive worldview, ensure equity, thrive in a changing world, serve with inclusivity and humility, and lead with empathy and kindness. Our students and alumni personify these outcomes. In fact, just this past year, we had 2 All-Americans, our firstborn fellow, and 2 Gilman Scholars. We are now competing in Truman, and as you heard earlier, in Rhodes. Our Educational Opportunity Fund scholars in our honors program are second to none. And I'm excited about our international and intentional development of leaders through our Leadership in Service program, our peer mentors and facilitators, club and organization leaders, and team captains. Our alumni are leaders across sectors as diverse as talent management, public service, entertainment, sports media, art, music, business, health, education. As an institution, we are positioned to not just go forward, but to go upward. We had a strategic reorganization of the college that took effect 1 July. It essentially flattened the organization. It was our learning of this past year that informed this reorg, and we are in the process of equipping and empowering all. The reorg is facilitating an all-hands-on-deck culture, and it reflects well-being as our top priority, that everyone feels a sense of belonging. As a result, we're the only institution in the tri-state area to have a vice president for student well-being. We are making investments in counseling services to support our students with a focus on supporting our growing population of first-generation students. We are building well-being days into the next academic calendar. We are creating more opportunities through which persons can become mentors and through which mentees can seek supports. We are reassessing spaces on our campus with an eye towards strengthening safety and inclusion. We are delivering programs and events that focus on the importance of belongingness and intersectionality. And we have launched innovative programs to help address the teacher shortage, created additional paths for non-traditional students to access a Ramapo education. And our nursing and social work programs are working in collaboration with numerous partners to address ongoing health crises. We elevated our Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer to VP, and she oversees within the same organizational core as my office, Title IX, Diversity, and Public Safety. We created an external-facing VP portfolio that is already and literally paying dividends by building on our strengths and prioritizing collaborations. Together, this past year, we navigated the pandemic to ensure a healthy, well, and vibrant student experience, and we've learned a great deal about ourselves. As a community, when confronted by global crises, tragedy, and controversy, we leaned in to understand, console, to insist on being better. From the Ukraine panels, to the Buffalo shootings, to Uvalde, where we were at a loss of words but just drawn together, to a Roe v. Wade panel. This time, last year, we launched our strategic planning process through the Future Series, an innovative priority needs process, and master planning process, and we have had amazing guest speakers. I loved our community engagements through these events and subsequent reflections. We now have 9 college priorities that include centers and programs that reflect our strengths and our faculty and staff's passions, talents, and entrepreneurship that are already attracting talent and resources to the college, all the while benefiting our students. I could go on, but best viewed through the eyes of our students, Ramapo College is featured on the College Tour, a TV series hosted and produced by Emmy-nominated and award-winning producers, and best of all, it stars 10 of our student leaders. So we're continuing to build on what we learned last year to move forward and to move upward. As a public institution, we must meet the needs of New Jersey and be an exemplar of higher education. I mentioned in the beginning that worlds are uniting. Actually, the cadets are coming in on cue. There's a great deal in common between Ramapo and West Point. Both are public institutions. And Cantonova on cue. I didn't see Cantonova. Awesome. Both provide a liberal arts education in the classical sense that is foundational for a lifetime of learning and service. Both institutions have a caring, talented faculty and staff, a student-focused ethos, and place a premium on mentorship. Finally, and most important, both institutions are committed to leader development. West Point serves the Army by providing it with talented leaders of character who serve as commissioned officers. Ramapo serves New Jersey by developing ethical leaders who are the agents of change across all our sectors and in our communities, locally, regionally, and beyond. It is this last point, that is developing ethical leaders, that gets to the heart of the higher education mission, especially now. The military used to serve as one of the primary institutions that helped stitch our country and society together. Now, higher education has become the most impactful institution that helps ensure a strong societal tapestry. Where else do young people gather with other young people who come from all different backgrounds? Where else do young people learn to engage in civil discourse, that is, listening well and sharing different ideas and perspectives and lived experiences? This last function, serving to stitch together our society, has put the higher education mission in sharp focus, and we must redouble our efforts now. Why? Because we are in a perfect storm, as outlined earlier, knowing the centrality of legitimacy to a healthy democracy. We cannot be intimidated by the amplified extreme rhetoric around us. We must create meaningful opportunities to model empathy and practice civil discourse. It is higher education's duty, it is Ramapo's duty, to engage students in different ways of thinking, different ideas, and different lived experiences, all integral to our liberal arts mission. Our democratic society requires its members to trust one another, which can only happen through relationship building, meaningful discourse, and opportunities to learn. If there were ever a time to make strategic investments, it is now. Let's double down on building ethical leaders for our future, one student at a time. For the Ramapo team, the sky is the limit as we approach hard problems with our all-hands-on-deck culture, centered by our values and guided by our mission. Eleanor Roosevelt said, quote, "You gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience in which you really stop to look fear in the face. You must do the thing you think you cannot do." Our graduates will do the things they thought they could not do, and as an institution, so will we. Last month, my husband and I joined our West Point classmates for our 40th reunion, and I was reminded of this West Point ring. This ring was with me when I graduated, when I was married. It's been all over the world. Was there when I shook hands with people from all different backgrounds. Was there when I saluted and returned salutes, and has been with me during my transition that has brought me here. Over the years, the stone had incurred many chips, and I never wanted to replace it because that's part of the story. Until finally it fell, and some of the cadets might remember this because we used to play football in 2020 in the fall. Somewhere in Mikey Stadium, the stone fell out. And I've been walking around with a ring with a hole in it until last week. I'm happy to report that I now have a Ramapo maroon stone in it. So we're going to do great and consequential things together. I don't know what's around the corner, but I do know, as I said 1 year ago, we are at the right place, at the right time, with the right people. It is the people who matter, and our teamwork is our competitive advantage. We are ascending as the destination for all who want to make a difference, and we are doing so one student at a time by being bold, by being kind, and being good teammates. Go Roadrunners.
Thank you, President Jebb. On behalf of the entire Ramapo community, past, present, and future, we thank you for your service, your vision, your good humor, and your continued leadership of Ramapo. Let us give you something you often advise, one more unhurried moment, and let's have one more big round of applause for our president, President Cindy Jebb. Friends, please enjoy this final performance of the program, a celebratory collaboration of our Ramapo College Cantonova and Concert Band and the West Point Glee Club. That was amazing. So everybody, please join me in one more round of applause for our esteemed speakers, the Ramapo College Cantonova and Concert Band, the West Point Glee Club, and Ramapo College of New Jersey's 5th president, Cindy Jebb. To all of our guests, thank you for your continued support of Ramapo College, for your good cheer, and for joining us to be part of this historic occasion on our campus. We ask that all guests remain seated until the platform party has exited the arena, but most importantly, we ask that you please join us outside on Cherry Lane for a reception to culminate this historic event. This concludes the presidential inauguration of Cindy R. Jebb.